Welcome back to Beagle Eye Visions. Let me just get the thumbnail in here. Let me get the, the information in the description, because I don't have a team. So let me just do all this stuff real quick, and then we'll get started. Alright, almost done. I got a very special episode today. Even though we will be on the safer seas, we're going to be getting into some natty law, some serious natural law. Talking about morality and philosophy. Maybe we'll get a decent, maybe even get a party going. Get some of the locals, some of the Beagle Eye locals in here. Hang out. I don't know how long this stream's gonna be, but oh, what are you doing, YouTube? Yeah, not sure how long this is gonna be. I do want to get out of the house, go skate. I want to take Squirt Dog on a WALK. I think that'd be super sick. I think that'd be a lot of fun. So yeah, so I'm gonna take Squirt later after the stream. Take Squirt, hunt some Pokemon, but for now we're gonna play Sea of Thieves. And for those who do not know, or maybe new to the channel, I do a new book review every first of the month, and I just posted the next book review for August. Actually, there's an awesome Meowth out in the front yard. Let me go catch this real quick. But, yeah, new book review for the Sea of Thieves Heart of Fire is up. It's recorded, signed, sealed, and delivered. So August 1st, be sure to tune in to the next book review. It's pretty fun. There's always some little things that I forget to mention, like Fallout 5 got confirmed in recent gaming news, and every time I open YouTube, I see about 47 different videos. Every time I open YouTube, 47 different videos about how Fallout 5 has been confirmed. That's it. There's no news, no location. We don't have the location confirmed. That it's just been Fallout 5 has been confirmed. That's it. And there's entire YouTube channels making 10-minute videos on how Fallout 5 is confirmed. And it's like, well, yeah, no crap. I mean, the second season's gonna come out this November, December. You really needed like some idiot on YouTube to record himself in front of a camera and tell you that Fallout 5 was confirmed? You really didn't know that? It's like that's like assuming GTA 6 would have never came out. But that's crazy. I don't understand why some people get hype about the dumbest stuff. But I was listening to a speech that Larken Rose gave about 9 years ago on YouTube. It popped up in my algorithms. So we're going to be talking about that. I'm going to be playing that. It's such a good speech. It's a 22-minute speech, so I'm gonna like play it. I'll play the speech and put it up to my microphone. That way it'll sound hopefully it'll sound really good. Actually, I need to make sure you guys can even hear me. Let me make sure you guys can hear me. Doing good today. It's been a pretty sick day. Alright, where were we at? There's a lot of sick events coming up. What was I literally just doing? Oh yeah, I was making sure you guys could hear it. Oh, testing. I heard it there. Okay, sick. It's gonna tell me about how much money I don't have. Yeah, we know. Thank you. I'm broke. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm broke. Thanks for reminding me. See you, Thieves. I was thinking about getting the subscription going again because they have where is it? Maybe we'll be able to see it right here? What's new? Yeah, from July 31st, but that's 28. That's I missed the whole window of the Athena's fortune loot boosts and the legendary messages in the bottles. So I missed it because I'm broke and poor and I have no money. So yeah, I'm not gonna do that. So I guess I'll hit the next event, in which I don't even like the Reaper's Bones, and I think the Reaper's Bones is probably gonna be double EXP coming up here soon. So that's pretty lame. It's okay. Safe Seas is fine. Plus, I couldn't play Sea of Thieves as much as I wanted to. I was reading the Sea of Thieves book for the next book review. Sail the high seas when I was reading about sailing the high seas. I'm not an octopus, although sometimes I wish I was. I wish I wasn't. What's up, Snoop Dogg? You're gonna sniff my drink and try to knock it over. I already know, dude. I know your tactics. But yeah, like Pokemon Go has battle passes now. Why does everybody have battle passes? I'm so sick of them. How is nobody else sick of battle passes? Like, because if everybody else was as sick of battle passes as I am, every single game that is connected to the internet wouldn't have a battle pass. Like, why are people giving these battle passes? Like, stop giving battle passes your money. It's so stupid. I don't understand. They're not even that good. I mean, the cosmetics, some of them are. I mean, they're all right, but I don't know. All right. Where's the ship? I'm rusty. I've been playing so much finals, I haven't been playing Sea of Thieves since I don't have access to the high seas. I was kind of saving my experience for today, because I'm gonna get hopefully we're gonna max out the Hunters Alliance today. Maybe not. We might do it, because where is he at? Right here. So 23 out of level 25, and then 25 is the cap. So maybe we maybe max it out today. Who knows? Once I max it out, I have to go to higher seas, whether I want to or not. So that'll be interesting. I'm going strong like lion today. I've been listening to a lot of ska music, a lot of ska and reggae music, and we're going stick with the parrot. Love the parrot. Happy colors. Actually, I'm going to change the settings on the TV. That way it looks a lot better, because it's on game. Game mode on this TV is so dark. I want to get a new TV, but there's just... I also would like to get little things for the channel as well, like get some better lighting. I need to get some better lighting for the book reviews. It sucks. It sucks. There's not enough money in the world to run a YouTube channel, I guess. The slow-mo guy's got all the YouTube money, man. Okay, that looks way better. Seas are looking good. It's almost too bright. I might go back. It's so weird, like, because I get so used to sailing the high seas, so when you're on the high seas, especially as a solo player, you get to, see, it's all locked. When you're on solo high seas, you you get the emissary bonuses. That's huge. So you get extra gold, and then safer seas the gold is already capped, so it just sucks. Why did they cap? They cap it. Stop. They need to stop the cap, as the millennials say. Got some grog. We'll do at least one sea fort. Maybe when we get done with the sea fort, I will start. We'll start listening to the speech by Larken Rose, because it's amazing. It's inspirational. It got me fired up. That was when I woke up today. That was one of the first things I listened to when I woke up. I listened to some music. I brushed my teeth. Mouthwash, the daily routine, and then this speech popped up in my algorithms, and it is so freaking good. And it only the amount of views that this video has is absolutely deplorable. I know I say it all the time, but it just goes to show what people really care about. And it freaking sucks, because what people care about is not what's important. Not trying to be a dictator or anything, but unfortunately what most people care about is really not important. It's very frugal arbitrary things that most people truly care about. And it sucks. It's depressing. It depresses me. that... Do I have stick drift, or is that because... That's weird. Keeps doing that. Oh, I saw that coming. I just didn't move. No, it's messing my steering up too, bro. Come on. Man, that's rough. That's really rough right there. But it's it could be a worse parking spot, I guess. And there's no water either, so they really just hit the what about the anchor? What's the anchor looking like? Raise anchor. I'm not trying to do that. Okay. Oh, looks good. So there's an amazing event coming up at the end of August. Actually, I'll give a shout out here soon. It's called SoundPath To Freedom, and the hip hop artist, for those of you who are into that type of music, the hip hop subscribers for the Beagle Eye Visions, I highly recommend you check it out because the very legendary hip hop artist Joe Murray, he is headlining the event. So it's going to be like 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. is when the music starts. I'm not sure if it's free online or if you have to pay for a ticket to have access to the online. I think it's probably free online, and they're probably just charging tickets to be in person, charging tickets to get through the door. It's probably an online free event that Joe Murray is headlining, and his music is flawless. His beats are sick. His bars are nasty. He's just an amazing artist, musician. He's got some fantastic, just like Larken Rose. Larken Rose has some very inspirational quotes, some very good points and principles that he talks about. And Joe Murray is amazing. He's got a song called Puppet Masters, and these guys are literally shadow banned. Joe Murray is shadow banned for sure. It's not even speculation at this point. Let me deal with this guy real quick. Yeah, these guys are shadow banned. So if you really, purchasing their merch and buying their music and stuff like that's one thing, but you really got to share it, because people don't hear about these guys if you don't talk about them, because that's what the underground is. We're underground. This is not, you know, people who talk about natural law and freedom are not very popular for some reason. It's weird. And Joe Murray definitely talks about freedom and natural law and morality. You know, how many times has our president talked about morality? Our president doesn't mention morality at all. He doesn't have time to mention morality. He's too busy bombing innocent countries. He's literally dropping bombs on people. That's why morality is not put at the forefront. It's not made, like, it's not quote unquote important to most people. Being a satanic, selfish scumbag that's kind of glorified in our society. Our president's a racist pedophile. You know, being a satanic, selfish, only thinking for yourself type of scumbag that's the type of behavior that's normalized in our society. You know, don't care about other people. Don't care about your family and like try to help each other out. It's like, no, just go out, be out for yourself. Right? And only yourself, because that's what's cool, right? That's what Scarface did. Scarface is Tony Montana, man. He's out for himself. He's a businessman. He's a successful businessman. I mean, that's what people's mentality are. You know, that's why these people are worshipped. These people are put on pedestals. These racist assholes. They want, you know, our quote-unquote leaders want us to be satanic and they don't want us to stick together, right? They don't want people growing gardens together. No way. We can't have that kind of behavior. I think I actually do have stick drift. I don't know. Or maybe it's just glitching today. The safer seas are very glitch prone. Which is another reason why I don't think it should be as limited as the gold you make. Because what is gold in this game? Gold is just cosmetics. You don't unlock skills with a lot of gold. You know, like, with every video game. Fortnite, Apex, the finals, you don't unlock skills by spending money or spending the in-game currency. Like, I don't understand why. Video game companies are weird. Well, they just want your money, you know, right? They want your hard-earned energy. They want your currency. Your currency is your energy. Right? Currency is your current chi, your current energy. And what do we use to make money? This energy. So the amazing thing about safe seas is that you definitely can't get hacked, and that's amazing. You can't get hacked or stream sniped. I absolutely love fighting the skeleton ships. I don't care what anybody says. Fighting the skeleton ships is fun, and it's good practice. You know, good practice for the high seas. Yeah, that's got to be Sea of Thieves. That's definitely not the controller, because it would have been doing that when I was playing the finals earlier. Oh, let's go back to the loot. Turn in, keep the supply run going. Alright, get some good food in here. I was gonna say I'm gonna sit in this throne surrounded by gold. Oh, excuse me. While we listen to Larken Rose's speech, but that seems pretty lame. Because the whole idea of freedom is to get rid of the throne. The idea of that anybody quote unquote deserves, deserves to be on the throne. But let me get one more round of loot. Get my loot barrels in order here, and we'll start it. Get some excitement on the stream here today. I guess everybody, it's what day is this? Monday. People might be working. They might be too tired to stream. Might be even sleeping. Might be too tired to hang out. I don't know where Elliot's at. I haven't seen him in a while. A couple are our live streaming regulars. I don't know where they're hanging out at. I'm also trying to get the any skin of the grappling gun unlocked, because you got to use it. It's kind of like Oblivion, where you got to use the weapon to level it up, which I kind of like that. I think that's an awesome way to level stuff up, but I'm just gonna let the speech play out for a while, and then as that's playing, I will be drinking some tasty libations. No, I want like a side view right here. All right, here's good. Let me get the so this is, you can find the speech for free on YouTube. I thought Larken Rose might have posted it, but a guy named Ben Tinkin, first name Ben, last name Tinkin. This video is titled "Larken Rose, You Are Not the Boss of Me." Brilliant speech. It was uploaded 9 years ago, and it only has 47,000 views, which is absolutely deplorable. 47,000 views and 1.6 thousand likes. This is absolutely ridiculous, people. So if you can, go check out this video, but I'm going to share it right here because we need to, freedom needs to be promoted. So I just listened to this. First thing I woke up today, I listened to this, and it got me super fired up, super inspired. So without further ado, here is the very legendary Larken Rose.
I'm going to say some things today that are going to anger a lot of people and offend a lot of people and probably make lots of people go, yay. But I'm pretty sure you won't be bored. 233 years ago, a bunch of guys got together right over there, and they wrote a letter to their king. And it was a very well thought out, very eloquent letter.
The reason why he said a group of people got together right over there. He's saying this because he's at a live rally in Philadelphia. Let me read the description to you. Larken Rose makes a brilliant speech with 100% truth from beginning to end. Most people are too afraid. I understand the fear myself and feel it as well. To agree with him. I am afraid of the cages as much as the rest of us are, but that does not make the truth not true. That's not what I expected. I was hoping there was going to be some information about the where this was at. You know, but here I'll stop talking now. Here we go.
But it basically boiled down to this. Dear King George, you're not the boss of us. Sincerely, a bunch of troublemakers. Because that's essentially what the Declaration of Independence was. It was not whining to the king, oh, will you please be nice and lower your taxes and do this. In fact, the Declaration specifically describes how they had tried that and it didn't work. Now, for all the parades and celebrations and picnics and fireworks that are going to go on today across this country, all the millions of people engaged in this celebration, how many of them actually think about what the Declaration of Independence was? What those people did? Those people were criminals. They were tax cheats. They were traitors. They looked their government, the British Crown, in the face and said, we do not acknowledge your right to rule us at all. They did not say, will you please reduce this and please be nicer here. They said, it's over. Truth be told, some of the colonists were cop killers. If you don't believe me, what do you think happened at Lexington when King George's law enforcers said, you colonists, lay down your guns? They said, no, you're not the boss of us. And so we had the shot heard around the world, which is widely regarded as the beginning of the American Revolution. How many people celebrating across this country today actually support that kind of radical, extremist action and attitude that you can go to your own government and say, we're not going to obey you anymore. We do not acknowledge your right to rule us at all, ever again. Personally, I doubt it's very many Americans. We have lots of sort of residual freedoms left over from what a bunch of radicals did a long time ago. And it's sort of fun to be this close to where some very significant steps in that happened. But the bad news is the spirit that allowed this country is basically dead in the vast majority of Americans. The vast majority of Americans are absolutely incapable of thinking, much less speaking, the concept, you're not the boss of me. Now, when we look back, it's easy for us to cheer, hooray for the rebels, and we know how it turned out. We know they won. We know the revolution was successful, and King George got his butt kicked. So we can say, yay, yay, hooray. But make no mistake, when you cheer for the people who had the American Revolution, you are cheering for traitors and criminals. They broke the law. Freedom is always illegal. Let this one thing sink in. If you don't hear anything else, freedom is always illegal because the people who want power over you will always say keeping what you earn is against the law. Being armed is against the law. Determining your own future is against the law. And how many Americans, as much as they celebrate Independence Day, are capable of even thinking those thoughts? Let's do a comparison. Suppose a group in this country today did what the founders did 233 years ago. Suppose they wrote a letter to the United States government, a letter to Congress and the president, and said, we will not pay your taxes ever again. We will not obey your laws ever again. We do not acknowledge your right to rule us at all ever again. And when you send your thugs to enforce your will on us, we will resist.
Yes.
How many Americans dare to even think that? And what would most Americans think of any group that did that? Horrible criminals and traitors and fringe lunatics, and we can't have that. Well, why do we have this double standard? Why is the whole country having these huge celebrations over Independence Day where a bunch of criminals broke the law, committed treason, and resisted authority, when the vast majority of all those people out there having celebrations would be the first in line to condemn anyone who did that today? Why the double standard?
Boom, man. And then the music kicked in. Like, the music kicked in perfectly. At the perfect timing. It's so synchronistic. Oh, and then the music stopped because I got off the barrel. Let me turn this loot in, and then we will keep continuing on with that video because that video is so powerful. Everything that he says is so important. Everything that he is talking about is so true. He said, how many people would even dare to think like that nowadays? The overwhelming vast majority would rather just go into the voting polls. They don't want the responsibility of standing up for themselves. They don't want the responsibility of standing up to an entire, or maybe, I mean, if morality was more normalized, if doing the right thing was more normalized, there wouldn't be a standing army. There wouldn't be a military, quote unquote military. We would have a militia, but a militia has nothing to do with the military. A militia is the working people standing up to tyranny, period. That's what a militia is. The military is not working people who stand up for freedom against tyranny. But how many people worship, politicians, people who say that they're going to give you freedom and that they're here to inspire you, to give you freedom. Nobody can give you freedom. You have to earn it. It's not something that is given. It's not like he said in the video, you can't, oh, can you please just stop taxing me a little bit less? It's like, no, you are going to stop taxing me, or you will face the consequences. It's not trying to get tough or, tough talk. Get the world star talk on here going. But, that's what it takes. That's what freedom is. That's why it requires responsibility. That's why people in the freedom community say freedom is just another word for responsibility, which is just another word for the ability to respond. If you break the word down and get into the emerald language, if you do not have the ability to respond, if you do not have the ability to respond to somebody who's robbing you and taking money out of every single one of your paychecks, then you don't physically have responsibility. But we all have that responsibility. We're capable of the choice of letting these people rob us. We let them do it. We give them permission. We sign our names on the checks. We sign our signatures in the voting polls, Like it's a participation. That's why evil and suffering is so overwhelming. It's everywhere. There's so much suffering, there's so much evil. Evil is winning. You know, not trying to be a fearmonger, but it's the truth. Evil is winning. Satanic, selfish people are overpopulating the entire planet. It's like, bro, we gotta start talking about morality or something. We gotta pull these people's heads out of their butts, or if anybody that decides to steal from one another, we need to take action. You know, but then if you take action against one individual who's trying to steal from you, if somebody breaks into your house and steals your entire safe, they could, who knows, they could call the cops. They could call the cops on you. You know, there's court cases out there where homeowners have used self-defense and like the criminal won the court case. It's rare, but it happens because that's what our court judicial system is about. It's not about justice. It's not about doing the right thing. It's about what's going to get us the most money. And people don't care. You know, they support it. See it every day. They support the authority, the belief in authority. That's why Larken Rose, this guy who was saying the speech, he wrote a book called The Most Dangerous Superstition, and it's about authority. Authority is the most dangerous superstition. I mean, above all else, above religion, above the belief in government, above the belief in politicians, above celebrity worship, authority is the biggest superstition on the planet. It's so widely accepted. It's so widely believed in. That's what makes it real. Is people's belief in authority. So we'll sell this loot. I'll keep going. I'll take another break and sit down because I got to keep the phone close to the mic. So hopefully it sounds really crisp. I hope it sounds crisp for you guys. Nobody's tuned in or anything, but that's okay. The real ones will catch the live stream later. You know. They know what this channel's all about. You know, for example, like, I can go to Michigan and smoke a joint. I can go smoke a joint in Michigan. I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that on that platform. See, that's a whole other thing. Like, if you say the wrong thing on a platform, you get demonetized. You get you get the food taken out of your stomach if you say too many cuss words on your live stream. That's a whole nother situation, though. I'm not going to get into that. But yeah, like, you know, you can't even say certain words on live streams, but yet we're supposed to be free? Right? Like I did a review of Fallout New Vegas, and I used the song Big Iron. But because I used the song Big Iron, people in Russia can't see my review of my video game review of Fallout New Vegas. Like, try to explain that to somebody. Try to explain that to one of the founding fathers. They'll have a heart attack. You know? They're like, what? Just because you posted a video with a single song in it, people in Russia can't hear the song? They would the founding fathers would take arms against any company that would do. Are you serious? They wouldn't hesitate. They'd be throwing tea off the ships. They wouldn't accept that. That's not freedom. That's restriction. Let me go to the, actually for this, since, again, I'm on safer seas, nobody's going to sink me, and since I'm on safer seas, nobody is also, I don't have any emissary or anything like that. We're going to continue this speech. Let me go to the tavern and have a grog. Have a grog in the tavern. Welcome in, everybody. We're reviewing Larken Rose's very powerful speech, and I stopped it at the perfect spot, I believe. So, we're going to have a grog. Hang out. Oh, you can't have a grog while sitting down, dude? What the hell? Oh, so unfair. Alright, here we go.
Morality changed sometime in the last 233 years? In short, the spirit of resistance, the ability to say, you're not the boss of me, is gone from the vast majority of American culture. It has been trained out of us. And for all the pride people express today, I'm here to tell you, the American people are wimps.
Hell yeah. Hope it sounds good.
And why is that? It's not just bad luck. It's not a coincidence. For years and years and years, the churches, the schools, the media, the government, society in general has taught us one rule above all else. Obedience to authority is the highest virtue, and disobedience is the worst sin. That is the message that comes through everything else. And you can see it. Here's where I'm going to offend a lot of people. You can see it in the freedom movement. Because the vast majority of the freedom movement consists of people saying, let's vote for these people, let's push for this legislation, let's lobby for this and that and the other thing. And they couch their demands in, of course, we will only do things within the system. We would never advocate anything illegal. Well, I hate to spoil your party, but the Declaration of Independence was not about doing something within the system. It was about saying, we're free whether authority says so or not, and we will resist. Even if you call it law, even if you call yourself government, even if you wear fancy hats and have big, important meetings, we will resist because we own ourselves. So how many people advocate that now? Where are they in the mainstream? They're not there. There's a few fringe wackos like me and a bunch of people I see here. But these people that get revered all across the country as being these great heroes of the American Revolution, the people who cheer for them do not believe what those men believed in. They believed in something called unalienable rights. That means you have a right to do something. If the law says you can't do it, you still have the right to do it. If the government says you can't do it, you still have the right to do it. Unalienable means nothing anyone in the world can do takes away your right to do that. Now, they can infringe on that right, which they do on a regular basis. They can stomp on you and they can hurt you and they can punish you. But it will never be legitimate. And nobody should ever bow. Sorry, I hear thunder here. It's fake thunder, don't worry. That nobody should ever bow to someone who says, well, no, we had these elections and these processes and this and that and the other thing. Now I have the right to infringe on this and that and the other thing. Nothing gives them the right. That's what unalienable means. But Americans, by and large, do not believe that. Now, some people, every once in a while, will say, well, it was really oppressive back in 1776, and we're just not quite to that point yet. If 2 to 3% taxation justified a revolution in 1776, why doesn't 50% and growing justify a revolution? If a few little excise taxes on pieces of paper and tea justified open lawlessness from these rebels that we're all celebrating, why don't the myriad of incomprehensible, unavoidable, crushing taxes, state, local, and federal, why don't they justify a revolution today? If the occasional abuse of the colonists by the redcoats justified a revolution back then, why isn't it justified today by the fact that the vast majority of American law enforcement see no problem at all with randomly stopping you, detaining you, interrogating you, and searching you for any reason they like or no reason at all?
Yeah. Oh my God. I do have to speak. Let me stand up. Let me stand up and get some grog. Yes. To this day, he said law enforcement. He said it right there. To this day, law enforcement feel like they have a justified right to turn on their little pathetic little wimpy sirens and pull you over and search your entire vehicle, even if your entire family is in the vehicle, or whether or not your entire family is in the vehicle, they will still pull you out of that vehicle through heat, through snow, through rain, through sleet, through volcanic activity, through a volcanic eruption. These mother suckers will pull you over and search your entire vehicle because they think they have the authority to. And that is an absolute pathetic... I'm trying not to cuss. So that is the most pathetic, deplorable thing I've ever heard in the entire life. You think you have the right to pull somebody over with your little sirens and your little badge, your little badgy badge, and your little Glock, which is literally one of the worst guns on the entire planet. Glocks are freaking horrible. They're horrid guns. I'm sorry for Glock carriers, but they're stupid. They don't make any sense, especially as open carry, hollows over balls. Yeah, the fact they can search your car, fine you, take you to jail, take your car away, charge you money just because, you know, maybe you had one too many drinks, or maybe you had a joint in your car. That's a whole other thing. Like I was saying earlier, you can smoke a joint. I can go to Michigan and smoke a joint perfectly fine. As soon as I go to Indiana, cross one arbitrary line, go over to Indiana with that joint I paid for in Michigan. It's a federal fucking... Oh, I did it. Dang it. I'm bad. Basuda. Yeah, you cross an arbitrary line, and it's a federal crime that you can be fined, not only fined thousands of dollars for, but they could also put cuffs on you and throw you in a jail cell. And it's because of the belief in authority, because these people are taught the idea of authority from birth to quote unquote adulthood. Because authority is normalized. Because people who have children raise children on the idea that a parent owns their child. Nobody owns you. Your parents don't own you. Authority doesn't own you. The government doesn't own you. You are a sovereign, free-thinking human being. And that is your right. You deserve to say whatever you want. You deserve to go wherever you want to go, despite arbitrary lines that I just talked about. You know, it's like... Borders. Don't even get me started on the worthless, pathetic... authority figures that people call ICE integration. I don't even know what that pathetic ass, you know, ICE stands for. It's so stupid, but people believe in it, and because people believe in it, their belief makes it true. And they don't care whether their belief affects other human beings or not, because they don't, deep down, they have parental issues, and really deep down, they don't even care about themselves. So let's keep getting some knowledge from Larken Rose, because he is absolutely on fuego.
If you read the Fourth Amendment, you realize, wow, they had a revolution over that. So where's the spirit? With all the flag waving and with all the celebrating, where are the people who actually believe in what happened right over there 233 years ago? What exactly are we proud of if we let that go? People talk about American pride. What is it they're proud of? That reminds me, somebody gave me a note here to read you. The guy's name was Samuel Adams. Yeah, the beer guy, but he did some other stuff too.
The beer guy.
If ye love wealth better than liberty, the tranquility of servitude better than the animating contest of freedom, go home from us in peace. We ask not your counsels or arms. crouch down and lick the hands which feed you. May your chains set lightly upon you, and may posterity forget that you were our countrymen.
Oh, he said it a little bit different. That you were ever our countrymen. May posterity forget that you were ever our countrymen.
So what happened? Why did this nation lose its ability to say, you're not the boss of me? Even among people who say we're the most ardent supporters of freedom, if you say, are you willing to break the law? They say, no, I would never do that. In other words, you're ardent advocates of freedom as long as the tyrants give their permission. That's not being advocates of freedom. In Lexington, what happened when the troops said, lay down your guns? Did they say, can't we keep them pretty, please? Okay, here you go. No, they said no. Where are the Americans capable of saying no? I'm not talking about voting and whining to your congressman. I'm talking about resistance. And I know even hearing about this makes a lot of people very uncomfortable because the American people do not believe what the Founding Fathers believed. The problem is we have been trained for years and years and years to measure our worth based on how well we obey authority. Not on how we treat other people, not on what we produce, on how well we obey authority. Consider the example of the phrase, law-abiding taxpayer.
Ugh.
People use that constantly, and what they mean when they say, I'm a law-abiding taxpayer, is I'm a good person. Okay, but what does law-abiding taxpayer actually mean? Well, the law-abiding means you do what the politicians tell you. Now, as much as we revere the law, and we talk about those nasty lawbreakers and those great law-abiding citizens, and we talk as if the law is some proclamation from on high, we know who writes them. They're a bunch of liars and crooks. Does anybody not know that the politicians are a bunch of liars and crooks? So why is it that when they say you have to do this, you're not allowed to do that, we call it law and we bow to it like it came down from on high? It's the commands of crooks. But we have been trained to view it as the measure of whether we are good people. Let's consider a few examples. Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany had a whole lot of law-abiding taxpayers who went along with the agenda of the Third Reich and who funded it. Were they the good guys? Nope. The good guys in Nazi Germany were the criminals. The people who said, what you're doing is illegal. I will disobey your laws and I will not pay your taxes. Same thing under Stalin. Mao, Pol Pot, Castro, you can go right down the list. It's a really long list.
Yeah.
The good people were not the people who were law-abiding taxpayers. The good people were the people who said, I am not going to help those people wearing the label of government to oppress and injure and murder my fellow man. If they call that law, I am proud to be a criminal.
Hell yeah. Damn.
As much as we revere the law, if you need politicians telling you what's right and wrong, something's horribly wrong. Here's a quote from Thomas Jefferson. Let you know, I'm not the first radical wacko to say these sorts of things. Rightful liberty is unobstructed action according to our will, rights of others. I do not add within the limits of the law, because law is often but the tyrant's will, and always so when it violates the rights of the individual. So what about right here? We could look at lots of other times, lots of other places and say, hooray for the people who broke the law. We can look back in this country's history when slavery was legal. Just as evil, but it was legal. Were the good guys the people who went along with it? Nope. The good guys broke the law. And we can see that in this country, in the past, and lots of other countries, present and past. What about this country today? Do we really want to tell ourselves that, well, no, it's not okay to resist now, among other things? When people feel this moral obligation to obey the law, they speak it as if it's some proclamation from on high. What exactly is your moral obligation? To work really hard so you can give thousands of dollars to Obama so he can give them to international bankers? Where is the moral obligation? Whenever war, any politician happens to say, hey, I bet if I do that, it'll help my image. Moral obligation to... Here's a radical thought. You have a moral obligation to recognize and honor the rights of every individual on the planet.
Yes. You have the moral obligation to recognize the rights of every living individual on the planet. That right there says it all. That's what your moral obligation is. But how many people, like, I know, like you said earlier, how many people understand that? How many people understand that that is their moral obligation? You know, my coworkers were snitching on each other at work. But meanwhile, one of my other coworkers carried a live gun with rounds, probably hollow points. Who knows what type of rounds he had in it? But, you know, he carried a gun. And then his very same brother in the same family snitched on us. Because we were consuming THC in the walk-in when it was 100 degrees in the kitchen, surrounded by grills and deep fryers. And then one of our coworkers snitched. He snitched. You know, but what if I took quote-unquote self-defense action? What would have happened? I would have went to jail. He would have kept his job. He would have been looked at as the hero. Right? When he was violating my rights. His brother was in the walk-in with me. You know, we were just hanging out. Taking a little 3-minute break, but he's going to snitch on each other, and that's, you know, that's the type of mentality that people have. It's okay to snitch on each other. Right? It's okay to punch each other in the face. As you know, people just don't understand rights. They don't understand what rights are. And it's like, it's so simple. A child. There's so overwhelming majority of most people, they just, it's a pure lack of care. A lack of care for family members, a lack of care for human beings, a lack of care for themselves. It's just, it's, you know, it's a amalgamation of a lot of different things. So, ooh, excuse me. I'm going to, let me use the restroom real quick. And then we'll get back to it. It's hilarious. Sometimes the mouth lines up, but when the crowd claps, my character still just keeps talking and jabbing with, like, it's just noise. He's making clap noises, which is hilarious. You know, they make your character talk like as if it's realistic. You know, like I'm actually talking to you guys right now, but it's okay. It's okay. It's funny. Maybe I'll clip this live stream because more people needs to hear this information. But all right, I'll be back and then we'll do another voyage. Alright, I'm back. And it seems like my headphones decided to kick into All right, so let's finish this video while looking at this beautiful peak. Actually, is this Sanctuary? In the book, in the Sea of Thieves book, Sanctuary is where the book basically begins. So I guess we'll look it up. That's where one of the characters is from. But I'll check the map and see.
No matter what the law says.
Let's get some more knowledge.
And do we all feel a moral obligation to finance the police state we see growing up all over the place? Trouble is, we've forgotten a very important secret. And the founders, a bunch of them referenced it, but even they didn't seem to fully grasp it. Here it is. I have to say it quietly. It's a secret. You own yourself. Oh, you've heard that secret? You own yourself. Now, when I say that to almost anybody, they say, well, of course I do. Are you sure you think that? Yeah, of course I do. Of course I own myself. So you own your time and effort. Yeah. So what you produce with your time and effort, no one has the right to take that from you by force without your consent, right? Oh, of course not. What if they call it taxes? Oh, that's different. No, it's not. It is not different. If you own yourself, someone calling himself government, someone calling his demands laws and taxes or anything else, it is still theft. And there are some radical wackos in history like Frederick Bastiat who did a great job of explaining that obvious truth, a truth that is completely lost on the vast majority of Americans. And I could go down the list for ages, which I'm not going to do. If you own yourself, would you have to pay rent for the property you already bought? No. What if it's called property taxes? If you own yourself, doesn't that imply, and if you have the right to life, liberty, and property, they changed the last one to happiness because it sounded more poetic. Initially, it was going to be life, liberty, and property, because property is essential to freedom. If I can't make something and own it myself, then what good is my time worth to me if it doesn't belong to me? So back when it was called life, liberty, and property, if you have the right to those things, doesn't that sort of imply you have the right to defend those things against all aggressors? What if the aggressors say, well, we're government and this is law? You know, everybody can see if some thug comes to your house and points a gun at you and says, hand it over because I want it, then it's perfectly okay to defend yourself. But if they call it government and they call it law and they call it taxes, suddenly everyone's perception drastically changes. Suddenly the guy who produced it, who says, wait, I produced this, I want to keep it, he's the evil, nasty, greedy criminal. And the thug pointing a gun at him to say, nope, sorry, goes to the politicians, he's the noble law enforcer. When did our perception of reality get so messed up? Now, I'm going to finish it up here. Hope I riled up enough people already. The concept of freedom and being able to defend your liberty sort of implies you have the right to have the ability to defend your liberty. Now, I have an email list, and a while ago I sent a thing to the list that says, I want every American to have the ability to forcibly resist federal agents. As you may expect, it freaked out some people who work over there. And I suspect it would freak out most of the country. What are you talking about? You want people to have the ability to kill law enforcers? Is that what you're saying? Yep. I'm not saying go out and slaughter them wildly. I'm saying you should have the ability. And 233 years ago, some guys explained why and demonstrated why you should have that ability. But as scared as people are of that concept, what's the alternative? That you should not have the ability to resist your own government. Which of those
Jesus Christ?
Because I got to tell you, the idea of a people incapable of protecting itself from its own government, that's really scary to me. You have one obligation as human beings, and it goes directly against almost everything you've been taught in school and in society and in the media and everywhere else. obligation is to judge right and wrong for yourselves and to act accordingly. And if somebody says, no, 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 I'm the boss, I'm in charge, I'm authority, I lay down the law, you do this, you have the right to say, no, I'm not going to do the wrong thing just because the law tells me to. And when they huff and puff and say, you're nasty criminals and scofflaws and malcontents and horrible people that you would dare to disobey authority, you tell them, you're not the boss of me. Thank you.
Yes, that was so good. And just, you know, that's what the Sea of Thieves is all about, right? We all just want the ability to be able to go out on our own ship that we own, our vessels that we paid for, and go out and get gold, right? Gold is a natural resource. We want the ability to be able to go out and get gold, but Flameheart, like, you know, he doesn't want that. The Reaper's Bones they don't, those guys, the Reaper's Bones, those guys in the Reaper's Bones don't, oh. Yeah, they don't want that. The Reaper's Bones guys don't want you to have freedom. They don't want you to have the ability to defend yourself against anybody who wants to encroach on your right to property, on your right to privacy. I love that. What he said about property was so amazing. It was so good. Shout out to Larken Rose, man. Larken Rose is such a legend. I love that speech. And again, the amount of views or I guess the lack of views, really. Like, you know, how many Billie Eilish songs have millions of views? How many Taylor Swift and Coldplay songs have millions of views? And this guy's out here in Philadelphia, where they signed the Declaration of, I think that's where they signed the Declaration of Independence. Don't quote me on that. But, you know, where quote-unquote freedom supposedly stemmed from, the heart of freedom in Philadelphia. And it's got a little over 10,000 views, you know? It's deplorable. Deplorable. It's a testament to what people care about. It's a testament to what they hold as important in their hearts, you know? And it's really sad. Welcome into the channel. Welcome in. We were listening to Larken Rose. He has a very good speech about freedom and principles and, you know, all that good stuff. I'm going to get back to the voyaging. What is that? A Tracker's Megalodon? Megalodon voyage solo would be pretty intense, but I do want to do that voyage sometime. Maybe I'll save it for the high seas. So I'm going to do a raid, and then, yeah, do a raid and then a fishing voyage, I guess. That just seems right. We'll do a raid, a fishing voyage, and then hopefully come across some skelly ships that I can sink, because that'd be a whole nother fun little adventure there. Heck yeah. Today's my first day off out of 3. Had a couple grogs. I heard that speech. For those of you that have just now tuned in, I've heard that speech. The first thing I woke up, I heard Larken Rose's speech on freedom in Philadelphia, and that speech just got me so fired up. And I knew I was going to be streaming Sea of Thieves, so I wanted to bring something a little different to the table. But now we'll go back to your regularly daily scheduled gaming content. Let's get a fort. Let's get some action in here. After my man's just went off about freedom and the importance of principles, the importance of property. You know, your body is your property. I know there's a lot of weird thing. There's a weird trend that people say like it's your spacesuit, right? Like there's this idea of separation from you and your body. It's like we own our bodies. We own 100% of our bodies. You know, nobody can mess with your body. That's why it's so important. If somebody comes to your body and says, I want your finger, I'm going to chop your finger off, that's when you take arms, and you have the right to take arms. If somebody's trying to take fingers, you take arms, okay? It's and you have the right, and it's okay. You know, that's how it should be, but people don't educate each other. We don't talk about these things. We don't talk about rights. We don't talk about principles or morality, so people don't understand principles or morality. It's horrible. It's sad. It's so sad. But there's a select few freedom fighters out there still talking about freedom, still talking about the things that matter. I might do 2 forts. Actually, we'll see. When we turn in for this fort, we'll see how much, how far for the Hunters Alliance we are. And then, we'll decide from there. Might have to do another fort and then some fishing. I got the whole day off. I got all night off. I got all night. What are we going to get into? Oh yeah, SoundPath To Freedom. Now that the video is over, SoundPath To Freedom, August. I'm gonna look it up. I'll look it up after this fort. We'll do this fort, and then I'll give a shout out to SoundPath To Freedom. Joe Murray. Joe Murray is going to be headlining SoundPath To Freedom, and I'm so excited because I love Joe Murray. His lyrics are so powerful. And, you know, he's an underground artist, so you gotta give love to the underground, man. People in the underground, they're not, you know, they're not playing AT&T stadiums. They're not playing, you know, Chicago's airline Skyway, sponsored by Verizon, you know, so you gotta, it's hard to be part of the underground, you know, you don't get much support, there's not much financing, right? People who talk about rights, and people who talk about freedom and try to educate each other, they don't, they're not monetized. You know what I mean? What type of YouTube channels are monetized? The ones that are talking about just pointless garbage. You know, they're not talking about rights. They're not talking about principles. They're talking about, you know, like Papa Meat. Meat Canyon. He makes a video about Starbucks. Millions of views. Millions of views. Starbucks wins. Meat Canyon wins. Nobody understands what a right is, and all the people are, you know, still dumb and stupid. What did they learn? What did they learn from watching that video? Even though that video is hilarious. The video with the pumpkin spice, Meat Canyon's pumpkin spice video is hilarious. You know, but it's not real education. It's not real. It's not real, period. End it there. It's not real. It's animation. It's literally an animated video. Shout out to Wake the Dead podcast. I'm always giving shouts outs, especially to Wake the Dead podcast. I freaking love Wake the Dead podcast. Wake the Dead is so freaking good. Shout out to Sean McCann. And his wife does the part of the intro. So good. Man, those guys are legends. Yeah, that first part of the speech really, the music kicked in, and during that first part of the speech, I should have finished off the video right then and there. Because that music was so good. Had some, like, freedom sounding music. That was sick. You know, it's like the just the like the dogmatic religion of eating meat. You know, there's so many people who believe that eating meat is okay, and you know it's totally perfectly moral, perfectly normal, moral, and okay. You know, just going along to get along. God put animals on the planet, and actually, if you truly read the Bible, if you really read the Bible, God did not. It says it in the Bible. God did not put animals on this planet so we could have sustenance. He put fruits and vegetables on the planet for sustenance. Said a little sustenance. I'm slurring. Sustenance. Doing too many things at once. But again, people don't practice what they preach. They promote the Bible and they don't even read it. You know? It's like, why do people do these things? I ain't judging you. You know, I do it myself too. I'm only human. I understand what it's like to be a human. I over-exaggerate, overextend myself. But I certainly will not promote a book that I've never read and go to church every Sunday that's about a book that I've never read. You know, that's something. You'll never find me. If they made a church about the book of The Most Dangerous Superstition by Larken Rose, I'd attend that church. I'd go to church. Because that's a book I read. It's a book I've read, I understand it. I know a lot of people, even like people who go to church, they go to church just to meet new other people. Like my coworker the other day, he was like, I love God because people who are religious have principles. And I'm like, there are people with principles who are not religious out there. I understand they're very rare. They're very rare. Very hard to find. You know, that's a very niche subsect of human being personalities. But they're out there. You know, people with principles who do not go to church every Sunday. They're out there. I've seen it. That's another thing I've seen a lot of things in this life. That's one of the things I've seen. There's people with principles who do not go to church. But the stigmata is, people who go to church have more morals. And even that's not even true, bro. It just goes to show their level of intelligence. Or, like I said earlier, their lack of intelligence. Oh, dang it. I didn't put the supplies on the boat in case I see a skelly ship. Oh, that might be the captain. May or may not be the captain. Well, I guess we'll see. I need to cook some more meat. Let's take those two. What? You know how rare that is? I did not know. How many coins did I get? I did not know those guys post up on these forts. That's crazy. I've never seen that happen on Safer Seas. I knew that. I was like, what is that noise? I've never heard this noise before, especially on Safer Seas. That was nuts. That was awesome, though. I hope those coins actually registered. I don't know if I gained any. No, it's 860. Yeah, I gained 60. I only had 800, I believe. That is awesome. That is so sick. Oh, there they are. There they are. 138. Yeah, it was a little delay, but that is so awesome. Oh yeah, I still got a long way to go to hit that Hunter's Call cap. I'm just gonna take a leak real quick, and I'll be right back. We're gonna turn in this loot, and we'll go from there. Event at the end of August, and I'll be right back. Gonna come up on this loot here real quick. Let's see what we get here. You sunken ship up there? Heck yeah. Where's the skeleton ship at? If there's a sunken ship, there might be a skeleton ship around here somewhere. Man, after all that ranting and all that talk about rights and property, I'm pretty kind of tired actually. Well, I deal with energy vampires on a daily basis, but kind of tired. Yeah, I don't have much to say now. I'm gonna keep getting booty, keep grinding, getting loot. Gonna max out. I'm going to max out the Hunter Alliance this stream. That way I can go on and do some of the tall tales that I need to get completed. Yes, made it to 24. Looks like, what was the thing? Where I was going to do one more fort? Or was that the last fort? I can't remember. Oh, I was thinking about patriotism and freedom and anarchy and knocking out skeleton ships. Well, I guess I have time to decide. I'll cook this, I'll cook these... Cook this food that is definitely raw. And then we'll go from there. I'll pick some music. I'm gonna pick some music. Actually, speaking of Joe Murray, phone. Well, anyways, so SoundPath To Freedom. It's going to be an awesome event. I found the Facebook page right here. Look it up. Look it up, SoundPath To Freedom on Facebook. It's going to be an epic event. Let me find the actual website, but I'm cooking these meats here. Headphones. So SoundPath Music Festival. Brendan Daniel, Conrad Rogos, Lady Maverick, Joe Murray, and 33, aka Derek Bros. All right, let me pop a drink here real quick. Okay. Derek Bros. Sunday, August 31st, 2025. And for a random time counter, it is currently Monday, July 28th at 11:35 p.m. So Arnold's Family Fun Center, Water Tower, Oaks, Pennsylvania. Event details. Join us in celebrating the first of its kind free. Actually, let me get to a spot so it kind of looks cool. Kind of looks like I'm a professional or something. Where's the seat? Where's the seat? All right, let me talk to you guys for a minute. Join us in celebrating the first of its kind free donations welcome online Truth and Freedom Music Festival weekend with our culminating live in-person live streamed event at Arnold's Family Fun Center in Oaks, Pennsylvania on 8/31 or August 31st from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. with folk singer songwriter Brendan Daniel, femc/singer. And I love, like, in the hip-hop community, for those of you who are in the hip-hop community, you know that dudes who rap are known as MCs. But I love the fact that she said femc. She added that femme, the sacred feminine energy. Femc/singer, Lady Maverick, and rappers Conrad Rogos. He's awesome. I love his, he did a presentation on the most recent Seed Truth Conference. I think that was the big presentation that just happened. I think it was pretty sure it was Seed. Or maybe it was Fun. No, Freedom Under Natural Law Conference was the big conference that just happened. So Conrad Rogos, his presentation was fantastic. Joe Murray, absolute legend. That's Jao for Joe, and Murray is Murray. Absolute legend. He's got the song Puppet Masters. And actually, I said I was going to pick music on Spotify, and then I never did. But now I'm ranting. But it's okay. It's okay. I don't have any music in my headphones, but it's fine. Conrad goes. Joe Murray is going to be headlining, and 33, a.k.a. Derek Bros, is also on there. For more information, check out soundpath.org. And I will put all these links in the description. Hopefully I have energy. Well, I mean, as soon as I get done live streaming, I'm probably going to eat some food and then go hunt Pokemon, take Squirt Dog for a walk. It's been a while since he's been on a WALK, which kind of makes me sad, but I work. Work also makes me sad. And here's another awesome quote from Jerry. I think Jerry is the human being that put this event together. I think I should message her and ask her about more information. That way, tomorrow or the next day, Wednesday, next time I live stream a video game, I will have more information, because I don't know if you have to pay for the ticket online to be able to get but it says free online conference. So you might not be oh shoot, I dropped my phone. You might not be forced to buy a ticket, but I was thinking about buying a ticket just to be able to support these guys. Joe Murray, these guys are legends. All right, get some more grog. I'm getting grogged up tonight. Real self-indulgence. So yeah, Jerry Cabezudo. I'm definitely not pronouncing that last name correctly. But here's a quote from Brandon Martin. He, even though we're not technically friends, we're not Facebook official friends anymore. We had kind of a falling out. I don't even think we had a falling out. We just kind of ghosted each other. But here's an amazing quote from Brandon Martin. My true kindred and authentic, in all capital letters, authentic friends are those who support the existence. I said that. I already fluffed up. My true kindred and, in all capital letters, authentic friends are not those who support the existence of government or the state in any form or any size. In my personal life, I choose not to associate with anyone who condones, advocates, or participates in violence. Why would it be different if done directly through any group, system, or institution? This includes violence carried out through ignorance, indoctrination, or conscious intent. I cannot, by any rightful means, consider someone a friend who knowingly or unknowingly violates my liberties or those of the people that I love, until such a person changes both their wrongful behavior and their underlying false beliefs that sustain it. They stand in direct opposition to liberty and thus are an enemy of real friendships, which is based on liberty. All capital letters. No more excuses. Get with truth and freedom or be gone with you. This is what health boundaries are, and any who say otherwise are delusional. And yeah, that is a very spot on quote. I mean, these are the types of people that we need to be quoting in 2022. You know, I remember like a few years ago there was that quote, "Look at my dab." That was a very popular quote. "Look at my dab." You know, you'd say that to millennials, and they'd be like, "Oh, yo, you know, they know what you're talking about, and you were immediately friends." We should all be immediately friends when we say we support each other in freedom. I want those types of friendships. I want real friends. I don't want materialistic friends like, "Oh, I have a car and you don't have a car, so that means you're unappreciative." You know, like, I drive you around, you're unappreciative because I have a car and you don't have a car. You know, it's like, it's all these weird boundaries. Like, that's not what freedom is. That's not what real love is. You know what I mean? And so I'm over it. What was I keep forgetting what I'm doing in my rants. I just remembered. But yeah, there's a Barrington Levy song called "Real Friends" by Barrington Levy. Old school reggae artist and a legend. I love Barrington Levy. He's got a song called "Real Friends," and it's about what real friends are. Like, you're friends with me because of what I've got. You're friends with me because my car is hot. You know? He sees right through those people. That's what that song is about. People, like, you should see right through somebody like that. Right? That's the goal. You don't want to be used? Who wants to be used? Nobody wants to be used. Other Satanists want to be used, basically. Pretty much, you know what I'm saying? So I have three chickens in my inventory? Okay, sometimes this inventory gets kind of confusing, especially when you're hammering back grog like there's no tomorrow. You know, again, with the viewership thing, there's a YouTube channel called Cold Ones. Millions and millions of subscribers, billions of views. Maybe not billions of views, but they get millions of views. And it's like, why? Why? They're not talking about rights. They're not talking about morality. They're not talking about anything that's important. It's just a couple of Australian druggos. A couple of, "Oh, you fucking Australian druggo. Oh, you fucking druggo." A couple of Australian druggos just getting drunk on camera, doing dumb drinking games, millions of views. They're not talking about rights, they're not talking about freedom, they're not talking about anything that actually matters. Millions of views. It's crazy. And I'm like, these guys are controlled opposition. They're ops. They're the ops, bro. I think I'm gonna do one more fort, and then we'll do a hunting. Yeah, knock out another fort, even though it's already so late. It's already 11:40. Jesus, Bruce Lee Christ. Well, it's already 11:40, so I missed my time of uploading. So I'll just stick with the live stream. Keep going. Just keep going. Do some random jobs, random diddly doos. Get some music in here. Knock out the fort. Take down a skelly ship. It's gonna be a very difficult time trying to get out of this dock, but it's okay. We'll make it. We'll make it. I really didn't think those ancient skeletons popped up on those types of islands. That's crazy. That's crazy to me. Like a sea fort raid, and that skeleton popped up out of nowhere? That was so nuts. So completely random. Oh, I totally forgot to play some music. Oh, shoot. I've been listening to no music this entire time. Just the video game music. Let me go down here and hide a little bit. Let's play some music. I got the musical phone. Musical phone. What is that noise? I keep hearing that noise. It sounds like a siren, but I'm on safe seas, so there should be no siren songs out here. It's really weird. Oh, I gotta log into another Spotify account. Dang it. What are we gonna listen to here? Connect to that PlayStation. Yes, sir. Alright, I got the Strokes playing. Let me turn the Strokes music up, volume. Sorry, stream. Somebody... I got approached with some very... interesting questions, and I got distracted. So, where were we? We were getting loot, we were clearing out the forts, and then after we clear out the forts, we go to do a hunting voyage, because we are trying to max out the hunter's voyage, because we have missions, we have goals, we have plans, and unfortunately, other people, a lot of people on this planet do not have goals, plans, and missions, so it sucks, but, you know. Wait, where is... So I lost the key. I lost the key. I defeated the captain. Where's the key at? I have no... Do I have the key? No, I don't have the key. I have no idea where it's at. I love distractions. Distractions are the 10 out of 10. The best, one of the best South Bend punk rock bands ever that are 10 out of 10. The Distractions, everybody. The Distractions. I freaking love the Distractions. I have no freaking clue where the key is because of dumb questions. Fudge, and it's so foggy. That's another thing. I have no idea where. I barely know where the ship's at. Ah, I found it. And then a commercial popped up. Thank you, Spotify. I freaking love your commercials. Perfect timing, Spotify. This fog is something fierce, man. Holy cow. I want to turn in, but I was kind of... I was trying to give the fog a chance to chill, bro. This is crazy. Oh, it's because I'm way on the edge. I didn't realize that. So go straight, go cut east a little bit, and then we'll be at Port Merrick. All right, so go straight, cut east. This is the type of fog that they had the Titanic sailing in. Man, I'm about to hit an iceberg in here on these seas. That does not sound good. Holy crap. Get me out of here, no! Oh, come on, you clown shoes. They started sailing the other direction. That was weird. Is that Port Merrick right there? Because they're gonna... If they start chasing me, they're gonna hang around until I leave. Until I leave the port. Oh, look, they're sending shots. Oh, no. Oh, no. sending shots to the wrong ship, mijo. Ooh, this is good practice. I need to practice them long shots. How can they see me, bro? How can they see me? This is crazy. Oh, and a Meg, of course. One of those situations. Oh my god. Is that the Shrouded Ghost? I don't know what the Shrouded Ghost looks like. Dude, these guys are tearing me apart, bro! You're tearing me apart, Lisa! This is... Like, how are they just landing? Just shot after shot, shot as a skeleton? That's crazy. That's why I always say it's good practice. That's nuts! Jesus, Bruce Lee Christ! Distraction after distraction after distraction! I'm gonna die again! Ah, damn. Stefano, hello. No, the Megalodon came back? What? Where'd this island go, bro? I need this island. No, you cannot join my crew because I am on safe seas. If you read the description of the video, or hell, even the title of the video, you would know that I'm on safe seas. And on safe seas, you cannot play with other people, unfortunately. I'm sorry, I don't have enough money. It's a financial issue. See, the way my bank account works, I gotta transfer savings to checkings. It takes 2 to 3 business days, so I haven't been able to resubscribe to the PlayStation subscription. Oh no, I scuttled the ship? I scuttled the ship and there's a Megalodon! Why? That can't be. That's not the loot pile right there. There's no way. There's no way that's the loot pile. Yeah, sorry, brother. I usually, I always play with everybody. I mean, I usually play with everybody, but, you know, sometimes sometimes I can sail the high seas, and sometimes I cannot. This is a week where I cannot. I hear that Megalodon music, dude. It's just menacing. Just being menacing is... That's the ship right there. That's the ship I need. That's the skelly ship I need. So I'm gonna drop this. That's the mother load right there. Yeah. What is that? Is that a skull? Oh, it is a skull. Okay. All right, let's see where we're at. Turn around. Just straight turn around. I'm sure I'll see it. Oh, I need to fix this. How's everybody doing tonight? How you guys doing? Guys doing? Sailing the safe seas. I was listening to the Strokes, but now I'm listening to the Voids. Awesome band. I love the Voids. The Voids with a Z. All right. Scuttle the Skelly ship. I'm happy. It's always fun. Okay, and Modest Mouse is now playing, so I'm just gonna go ahead and change the music before I start turning in any of this. Before I start turning in. I mean, Float On is a good song, but there's better music out there. Oh, yeah. Murray. Joe Murray. Completely freaking shadow banned. That's not the Joe Murray I know. There we go. Yeah, so there's no space. Joe Murray, Joemurray, no space. His most popular songs are. Let me pause this. His most popular songs are Final Stand, No Rulers, No Slaves, Rise Up, Order Followers, Liberty or Death, All Out War. His new single is All Rise in 2024. He said. That interview I watched earlier, they said his new album was out on all streaming platforms, but I guess not Spotify. And on Spotify, it looks like he's got no actual albums. It's all singles. It's all singles and EPs, which I'm really not a fan of. I'm not a fan of singles and EPs. Like just release an album or don't release anything. I don't like when artists share 18,000 singles and then they have like 3 CDs. They got 3 albums. You know what I mean? And I'm like, it's so weird. What's the point? What's the point? I'm going to listen to the gold standard Rules to Rule by Ari Gold. This is an awesome book. I'll start from chapter 0. Just while I'm sitting here grinding. And then we'll get back to turning this loot in. All right. Whoa, 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 storage crate. I didn't see that. That came out of nowhere. might actually do another fort here. Why not, right? We can do a quick fort. Get the fort going. Another quick little forty fort. Before playing Pokemon. I'm almost about hit the cap. I almost hit the cap, so might as well, right? We're talking here. Hold on. We're talking here. Sorry, stream. Hanging out with the roommate.
Hey, stream.
Said, hey, stream. I'm unmuted right now. Let me turn the music down so we don't get echo. The shopkeep. She's over there. Shopkeeps, dude, hammering away. So we are unmuted, by the way. But yeah. So the messages. I was like, hey, how you been? She said, oh, just living. And I said, that's what's up. So you're a tattoo artist? I need some more ink. She said, yeah, I work in Michigan City. But basically, the messages are not like as awesome as I thought they were going to be.
Keep reading.
What do you mean keep reading? That's there's only like 2 more messages. Yeah, I work in Michigan City. I'm going to get booked here soon. I need Hank Hill on my back. And all she said was, sounds good, like no punctuation or period or emojis. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't know. It's just like tough. I just feel like nobody wants to. I don't know. I go way too deep. I go way too deep with messages. Why do you say that? That's what I was thinking too. No, I was thinking the same thing. Is it though? Right. Yeah. Same thing. Yeah, that's how. Oh, it says she's. It does say she's in a relationship. It's my last message. I sent at 1:12:20 in the morning. She responded at Monday at 8 p.m. It is now Tuesday. Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, she could be working. She's in a band, too, you know. But her profile says she's in a relationship, and the only reason why I found her, because I told you the other night, I was like, I found her. And,
That's why I told you to call me Jack.
Well, I found her on Facebook dating.
Ooh.
She was on the app. So I'm like, no, I'm just going to sideswipe the app, and I'll just add her. But then I added her, and she added me back, and she's in a relationship. So I'm like, what? Like, what? I just don't, maybe, I don't know. I don't know. My brain hurts too, bro. I'm like, ay.
I'm not someone that gives relationship advice because I have 15 years.
I feel that.
Well, I have been,
Not 15 years, but I feel it.
it's been about 9 to 8 years. So technically, I was gonna marry Buddy, but I don't know about that.
I think you did. We might have been in the bag. No, I feel that. I was in with the same person for
She seemed like a good fit for you too.
fucking ever.
Yeah, seemed like a good fit. Okay?
Fuck that shit.
When you see them outside, it's way much more different than inside. It always is.
That's true. I mean, it's not about the fit, you know, it's just the
From me to seeing your guys' relationship on a playing field, like a one linear line, you and her, it seemed like a good fit for quite a while. You know what I'm saying? But I was never around enough to know who the fuck you guys were together. Like it seemed like you guys loved each other, but I never really saw it.
Nobody can love anybody if they don't love themselves. That's just the whole problem. That was the whole.
You get married?
I don't think so.
I think that is very good. I think that's that's something else. Maybe we can love each other. Nobody can love anybody.
No, that's yeah. I was gonna say that's just something I learned from that relationship, really.
Person
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Well, because once you get to the point of loving yourself, that's when you realize what your rights are. Yeah, exactly. You realize,
I'm not gonna
you know.
accept me fucking bottom of the barrel bullshit.
Exactly.
BOTBB.
Oh my.
Bottom of the barrel bullshit.
Oh my. Oh. I keep doing that. That's the third time I've done it because we started conversating.
Right, man. No, I in my head because, man, you know,
I
we
just
love you
started
sometimes.
going crazy.
You know we do. You know I still fucking love you. You know I don't give a shit. You can tell me the truth anytime you want.
The truth is, I don't think talking about people not loving themselves or
I will always love you. It may not be, maybe I don't love myself anymore. Maybe that's true.
maybe
It's
that
hard
is
to see, but sometimes I do appreciate you fucking kicking my ass.
All right, we're gonna wrap up the stream here soon. I'm not gonna get into anything serious. I'm using the microphone on the controller, so it might sound a little weird. Actually, did we make it? Did I make it? Did I make it? No, I didn't make it. I'm right there.
Another one?
Yeah, but I'm like physically tired. By the time we get back on this walk,
Genuinely.
you genuinely have a headache and you told me to do one more and then we're going to go on a walk? No, I want to go on a walk when you don't have a headache. No, stop cussing. 24 out of 25. I'm right there, dude. We might wrap it up right here because I want to listen to music and, well, I've been listening to music anyway, but I want to listen to music and, shoot. I don't know. Well, I don't know. I guess I'll probably get to level 25 in my own time. That's probably what's going to happen. I'll get to level 25 of the Hunter's Call on my own time. Let's go to the log here. Yeah, I'm right there. So I'll do that, and then I will start live streaming the no comment. I'll do the tall tale with no commentary to start off with, and then once I get through it with no commentary, I'll do the tall tale with the commentary because I love this game. I love Sea of Thieves. I want to promote it. The Sea of Thieves book review just got put out August 1st. It's going to be premiered August 1st. Let me take a dive in this beautiful looking water right here. It's the next book review is going to be premiered August 1st. So be sure to stay tuned and stay gold. We're going to take Squirt Dog out on a walk. I'm going to play Pokemon. And then maybe we'll probably get into some Twisted Metal. But we can't get into some Twisted Metal while streaming, unfortunately. And the new season comes out in about 4 days. So we need to catch up. All right, so stay tuned, stay golden. We're going to catch the Pokemon. We're out of here. I hope you enjoyed this content. If you enjoy this content, make sure you tune into the One Great Work Network. Because that's the entire network that got me into anarchy and freedom and principles and morality and truth, love, and freedom. These principles are things that matter, okay? And if your friends don't value freedom, if your friends don't value principles, if they don't value morality, then your friends probably don't love themselves, and then they sure as hell probably, if they don't love themselves, they definitely don't love you, and then what kind of a friendship is that? You know what I'm saying? So, anyways, I'm done ranting. Stay tuned, stay gold. Check out the SoundPath To Freedom, August 31st. That's going to be sick. There's going to be a lot of Sea of Thieves content creation coming here soon. There's going to be some events. There's new season. Let me see before I really tap out of here. The new season ends in... So this season ends in 3 weeks. That means we got a new season coming in 3 weeks. So, yeah, stay tuned, stay gold. A lot of content coming here soon, coming your way here soon. We're going to hang out with Squirt Dog. Squirt Dog, you want to go for a walk? You want to go for a walk? Squirt Dog is just sitting like a statue on the couch, and he just winked at me. So I think I'm pretty sure he understands what I'm saying. So we're going to take Squirt Dog for a walk. We're going to catch some Pokemon gyms. We're probably going to watch some Twisted Metal. We're going to watch some Fallout. We're going to be hooligans for the rest of the night. Enjoy it off the record, off the cuff. So we're not recording live on the internet. So thank you for made it this far. Stay tuned. Stay golden. There's going to be a lot more content coming here soon. There's always content. I'm a pirate legend. Look at me be a pirate legend in my pirate legend dance outfit with my golden tipped boots. Hell yeah. All right. Stay golden, everybody. Make sure you tune into the One Great Work Network if you like this content. If you like freedom, One Great Work Network. Stay tuned. Stay gold. Beagle Eye Visions signing off.